In the early 1800s, a restless energy swept across the burgeoning United States. The frontier pushed westward, canals snaked across the land, factories clanged with new purpose, and on the eastern seaboard, the whaling industry roared to life. Fueled by an insatiable demand for whale oil, which lit the lamps of cities and greased the gears of the industrial age, the business of hunting whales offered a seductive promise: riches, adventure, and escape. It whispered to those disenchanted with their lives on land, farmhands weary of the soil, laborers suffocating in smoke-choked mills, immigrants in search of new beginnings, and young men itching for a world beyond their village horizons. Whaling became their horizon. Towns like New Bedford, Nantucket, and Sag Harbor transformed into nerve centers of the maritime economy. Their docks teemed with activity. Sailmakers, barrel coopers, merchants, blacksmiths, and shipwrights, all laboring to outfit the next voyage. The ships themselves, massive wooden leviathans, loomed over the wharves like sleeping beasts. For some, they looked like tickets to fortune, for others to freedom. Recruiters and boarding masters promised adventure on distant shores, opportunities to see the South Seas, the coasts of Africa, or the icy reaches of the Arctic. They boasted of exotic islands, whales the size of cathedrals, and barrels of oil worth a man's yearly wages. Tales of successful voyages, some exaggerated, many outright lies, circulated in taverns and boarding houses, planting seeds of wanderlust in eager hearts. And so they signed, the green hands, the boys barely into their teens, the veterans of hard lives who saw the sea as one last chance. The contract was deceptively simple. A share of the profits, called a lay, in exchange for labor aboard a ship that would disappear beyond the horizon for 3, 4, sometimes 5 years. Once the ink dried and the ship departed, there was no return until the job was done. No letters, no visitors, just water, wind, and work. From the very first moments aboard, the fantasy began to unravel. The whaling ship was not a vessel of freedom, but of confinement, a floating wooden prison governed by strict hierarchy and brutal expectations. Every inch of space was functional, packed with barrels for oil, sails for repairs, tools for butchery, and weapons for the kill. There were no open spaces, no private corners, no comforts. The stench, an unholy mixture of old salt, pitch, unwashed bodies, spoiled food, and oil, seeped into everything. Even before the ship left port, many men had second thoughts. But the gangplank was gone, and with it, their last tie to shore. Once at sea, the ship transformed into a world apart. The rules of land did not apply here. Time bent and blurred. Days were marked not by clocks, but by bells, watches, and the call of the lookout. The ocean stretched endlessly in all directions, a heaving blue wilderness broken only by distant squalls, circling gulls, or, if they were lucky, the spout of a whale. Sunrises were harsh, sunsets brief. Night brought cold and damp. The stars above were beautiful, but unfeeling. Life aboard was regimented and hard. Green hands were at the very bottom of the social ladder. Inexperienced and often seasick, they were assigned the most degrading tasks: scrubbing decks, hauling buckets of excrement, standing endless night watches, and enduring constant correction from officers who viewed their ignorance with scorn. Mistakes were punished with curses or blows. The whaling ship had no room for sentimentality. Weakness was a liability. Slowness, a danger. Each man had a designated role, but few tasks were simple. Handling sails in gale-force winds meant climbing into the rigging, often barefoot, often soaked, to furl heavy canvas 30 feet above a churning sea. Hauling lines demanded strength and rhythm. Cooking meant working near open flames in a swaying galley, while try-works, the rendering furnaces, would later transform the deck into a hellish landscape of smoke and fire. Every job carried risk. There were no replacements. An injured sailor had no fallback. The ocean itself was a ceaseless antagonist. Swells rose from nowhere. Storms struck with no warning. A clear sky could cloud over in minutes, and a calm sea could become a furious grey monster. Lightning could crack the mainmast. Waves could swamp the deck or toss men overboard, never to be seen again. And there were no rescues, not in the middle of the Pacific, not when the ship's mission hung on every minute of lost time. A man who fell was a man gone. Still, the crew adapted, some begrudgingly, others with the zeal of converts. Sea shanties became tools of survival, chants to keep rhythm during labor, to boost morale, or to drown out the groan of the hull at night. Carving scrimshaw offered moments of peace, the repetition of etching calming the nerves. Some kept journals, carefully hiding them in oilskin from the ever-present damp. These men clung to ritual and repetition as if their sanity depended on it, because it often did. Yet as the voyage wore on, even these coping mechanisms frayed. The vastness of the sea, the sameness of the days, and the remoteness from everything they had ever known began to grind the men down. Memories of home became distorted, faces blurred, names were forgotten. Letters from previous ports, months old when received, were read over and over until the ink smudged. A photograph, if a man had one, could become a talisman, a final tether to a world that no longer felt quite real. The first sighting of a whale, the call of "There she blows," promised action, adrenaline, and the chance for a payday. But until that cry came, life was little more than waiting and withstanding. It was a test of endurance, of patience, of spirit. For the green hands and the seasoned alike, the early stages of a voyage made one truth abundantly clear. The sea was not a place of freedom, but of transformation. Whatever they had been on land, sons, lovers, carpenters, thieves, they would be something different when they returned, if they returned at all. Beneath the deck of a 19th century whaling vessel lay a world few outside of it could imagine. It was a space not meant for comfort, but for containment. A dim, foul-smelling chamber, known as the forecastle, where the majority of the crew lived, slept, and slowly unraveled over the course of the voyage. For most whalemen, it was both home and prison, a cramped compartment wedged into the bow of the ship, dark even in daylight, where upwards of 30 men might be packed shoulder to shoulder in conditions so stifling that breathing at times felt like a communal struggle. The space was not designed for privacy or rest. It was designed for efficiency. Men were assigned to narrow bunks, little more than wooden shells nailed to the curved ribs of the hull, stacked 2 or 3 high, with no more than a foot or two of clearance. Some slept in hammocks, suspended from beams, swinging gently with the ship's endless motion. The air was thick and unmoving, infused with the pungent stench of sweat, mildew, wet wood, and oil. With no ventilation beyond what the weather allowed, it grew oppressive within hours, particularly in the tropics, where the heat became a heavy blanket pressing down on every breath. The forecastle's lighting came from a few sputtering lanterns hung from low beams, their sooty glass casting dim, flickering halos that gave the space a ghostly pallor. Shadows loomed and shrank as the ship shifted. There were no windows, no sunlight, no views. It was easy to lose track of time. Morning and night were dictated by duty, not the sun. One might be shaken awake after 2 hours of rest to scrub the deck or man the helm, then return hours later to find another man in their bunk, snoring or moaning with fever. Every item a sailor owned, if he had anything at all, had to fit in a small sea chest or canvas bag tucked under the bunk or nailed to the wall. A lucky few might have a second shirt, a pipe, or a comb. Some carried keepsakes, a faded photograph, a Bible, or a locket. But even these were vulnerable to the sea's appetite. Salt air corroded metal. Damp ruined paper. Mold turned clothing to rot. Rats chewed through anything soft. Many gave up trying to preserve their tokens of home, letting them fade away just as their memories did. Sleep was elusive and rarely restful. The constant rocking of the ship made every creak in the timbers and every groan of the ropes into an intrusion. Snoring men talking in their sleep, coughing, wheezing, the occasional scream from a nightmare. These were the lullabies of the forecastle. Above them, boots thudded as mates shouted orders. Below them, the hull slapped against the ocean, leaking water that had to be pumped out daily. The sounds were inescapable, the darkness nearly complete, the smells inescapable. There was no separation of space, physical, emotional, or hygienic. Men relieved themselves over the side of the ship or in buckets when the sea was too rough. Those buckets were emptied with as much care as haste allowed. Clothing was rarely washed, sometimes not at all over the course of months. Bedding was shared, often damp and infested with lice. In such close proximity, illness spread quickly. Dysentery, colds, infections, and the constant threat of scurvy. A cough in the night could be the prelude to a ship-wide affliction. Sanitation was a theory more than a practice. The hold stank of bilge water and rot. The air, already close, grew heavier with each passing week. Scraps of spoiled food and slops from the galley were dumped overboard. But rats and cockroaches often beat the sailors to the crumbs. Men scratched endlessly at bites and boils, their skin red and cracked from salt and sweat. Many gave up shaving, their beards thick with grime. Hands blistered and calloused from rope work. Feet festered in damp boots. Hygiene, like dignity, was among the first casualties of life below deck. Conflict was inevitable. Trapped in such proximity with little privacy, tempers flared over slights both real and imagined. A misplaced spoon, a snide remark, a stolen ration, any of these could trigger violence. Fistfights were common. Knife fights, though rarer, were not unknown. Blood on the floor was not unusual, nor was the punishment that followed. Discipline was swift and often theatrical, meant not just to correct, but to warn. The guilty might be tied to the mast, confined below deck, or put in irons. In the forecastle, where the guilty returned afterward, grudges fermented slowly. But not every moment was miserable. In the rarest stretches of calm, camaraderie formed out of shared suffering. Men carved scrimshaw, elaborate engravings etched into whale teeth or bones, passing the time between watches. Sea shanties filled the stale air, rhythm and harmony providing fleeting relief from monotony. Some told stories, sometimes true, often fantastical, filled with women, fortune, and fights. Others played dice or whittled small keepsakes to send home, if ever they returned. Even amid the filth, humor emerged. Nicknames were given. Tall tales were spun. Laughter, though coarse and brief, found its place. The forecastle became its own strange society, ruled not just by rank, but by unwritten codes. Respect had to be earned. Survival depended on cooperation as much as toughness. The men who endured best were those who could adapt, not just to the sea, but to the peculiar rhythm of shipboard life. They learned when to speak and when to stay silent. They knew how to take a joke and how to throw a punch. They knew which men to trust, which to avoid, and when to retreat into silence and sleep, even if only for minutes. As months passed, the forecastle became a reflection of the men within it, worn, stained, stubborn, and still afloat. It reeked of the living and the nearly dead. It was never warm enough in the cold, never cool enough in the heat. But it was familiar. It was theirs. And like the rest of the ship, it had no destination other than onward. One day into the next, one watch after another, until a port appeared, or a whale was sighted, or someone snapped. It was in this dim, heaving, reeking compartment that men learned the real meaning of endurance. Not the heroism of novels, but the quiet, bruising tenacity of those who keep going because there is simply no alternative. Aboard a whaling ship, hierarchy wasn't just a structure, it was a religion enforced by the relentless rhythm of labor, tradition, and fear. The chain of command defined every interaction and determined each man's value, and at the top of this rigid social pyramid sat the captain, a figure who wielded near divine authority over the lives of his crew. He was judge, jury, and executioner, the final word in every dispute, and the only law in a world far removed from the oversight of courts or civilization. The captain, often an older man hardened by decades at sea, was not necessarily the most educated or eloquent, but he was always respected, and more often feared. His decisions shaped the voyage, where the ship would sail, when to give chase, who received punishment, and what counted as insubordination. His mood could dictate the atmosphere on board. A just captain might earn a crew's loyalty. A cruel one could instill dread that never dissipated. In either case, the power was absolute, and the crew knew it. Below him were the mates, the first, second, and third, each responsible for managing a watch and executing the captain's orders. These officers were enforcers as much as leaders, often selected for their toughness rather than their tact. Many had clawed their way up from the forecastle, learning along the way that to command meant to dominate. Barked orders, punishments, and favoritism were part of their arsenal. Obedience was not requested. It was expected, demanded, and extracted through force if necessary. The mates oversaw the daily operations of the ship, setting sails, cleaning decks, managing rigging, and preparing for the hunt. Boat steerers and harpooners ranked just below them, essential during whale pursuits, and often granted a measure of deference. These men were the ones who, in the moment of truth, would steady the whaleboat and strike the first blow into a leviathan's flesh. Their bravery was unquestioned, but their authority didn't extend beyond the chase. Below them were the regular seamen, and beneath all others, the green hands, raw, inexperienced, and vulnerable to exploitation. Favoritism was rampant. A word of praise from a mate could lighten one's load. A perceived slight might double it. A sailor who kept quiet, worked hard, and followed orders might avoid the worst of a mate's wrath. But one who questioned a command, looked the wrong way, or failed to act with sufficient speed could face brutal consequences. Some mates used humiliation as a teaching tool, shouting a man down in front of his peers, striking him with the flat of a blade, or forcing him to repeat a task until exhaustion overtook him. The tools of discipline were many. The most common was the rope's end, a thick piece of line used to beat a man across the back or shoulders. Others faced time in irons, manacled and locked below deck, denied food and light for hours or even days. Some were tied to the mast as an example, their punishment unfolding in full view of their shipmates. In the worst cases, men were marooned, abandoned on remote islands with no supplies, left to die or beg mercy from strangers. There were no appeals, no mediators. The captain's word was law, and even the mates obeyed it without question. Justice was uneven. Offences were often minor, being late to watch, arguing with an officer, breaking a tool, or looking at the wrong man the wrong way. But the punishments were harsh, and there was no recourse. On land, a man might have his say in court. At sea, he had only silence, endurance, or rebellion. And rebellion came with risks too great for most to consider. Even mild infractions could be twisted into charges of insubordination or mutiny. Mutiny did not require weapons or a coordinated plan. A whispered complaint, a refusal to obey an order, even the appearance of solidarity among disgruntled sailors could be seen as a threat to command. And on a ship surrounded by 1,000 miles of open water, nothing terrified officers more than the hint of collective disobedience. Suspected mutineers were punished swiftly, shackled, starved, isolated, occasionally executed, though more often they were discarded, put off at the next port, their pay forfeited, their names blacklisted from future voyages. Captains used these moments to reassert control. The message was clear. Obedience was survival. Dissent was peril. And if the whip or irons were not enough, the captain could destroy a man with ridicule, isolation, or rumor. Officers sowed discord among the crew, favoring one group over another, granting privileges selectively to keep loyalty fractured. Unity was dangerous. Division was safe. This manipulation bred mistrust, and mistrust bred silence. Even the most resilient sailors learned to navigate this invisible terrain of rules, punishments, and moods. They developed instincts, knowing when to speak, when to look away, when to nod, and when to vanish into the shadows. They guarded their tone, their expressions, and their alliances. The ship became not just a workplace, but a battleground of performance and self-preservation. Some captains ruled with balance. They held fast to discipline, but allowed space for humanity. They listened when grievances were raised, saw value in calm command. These men were rare, but remembered fondly. A fair captain could elevate a voyage from nightmare to endurance, but most saw mercy as weakness. They had risen through pain and expected others to do the same. They did not flinch from punishment. They did not question their own justice. To them, control was not an option. It was the foundation of order at sea. And so the days passed beneath this regime. The crew marched through routines, wary of missteps, resentful but resigned. They worked not just against the elements, the whales or their own exhaustion, but against the unpredictable tides of authority. The whaling ship was a world afloat, and in that world, the law wore a captain's coat, spoke in bellowed orders, and carried a knotted rope in its hand. The call came like thunder cracking across the deck. "There she blows!" The cry, sharp and ecstatic, sliced through the air and jolted every man into motion. Sleepers leapt from hammocks. Deckhands dropped their tools. Even the captain emerged from his cabin, scanning the horizon. For in that brief shout lay the promise of purpose, of profit, and of peril. A whale had been sighted, and with it, the entire focus of the voyage shifted from drudgery to danger. From the crow's nest high above, the lookout had spotted the telltale spout of a whale, often a sperm whale, the most prized catch, rising like a geyser from the sea, then vanishing just as quickly. The alert spread across the ship with electric urgency. Orders rang out. Men raced to their boats. Each whaling ship carried several smaller whaleboats, slender, fast craft built for pursuit. Within minutes, these boats were lowered over the side, bobbing in the waves like leaves beside the much larger mothership. A select crew of 6 to 8 men jumped in, a boat header, usually one of the mates, a harpooner, and rowers. all trained to operate as a deadly machine. The whaleboat was light but fragile, designed for speed rather than safety. It carried oars, harpoons, lances, coils of rope, and every ounce of adrenaline the crew could muster. As they rowed toward the whale, the ocean felt suddenly vast again. No longer a workplace, but a battlefield. The whale might be a mile away, but the chase would be long, grueling, and uncertain. Some hunts ended in triumph, others ended in screams. As the crew closed in, all eyes were on the whale's back, its rhythm, its speed, its behavior. Some whales dived deep, disappearing for long minutes before surfacing hundreds of yards away. Others swam lazily, unaware of the danger stalking them. The harpooner, kneeling at the prow, prepared his weapon, a long, barbed iron fixed to a thick line, coiled in a tub behind him. Every movement had to be perfect. One slip could cost a man his hand or his life. When the moment came, when the boat finally crept within striking distance, the harpooner rose, legs braced, eyes locked. With a powerful motion, he hurled the iron into the whale's flesh. It struck with a wet, violent thud. The whale exploded into action, a mountain of muscle thrashing with confusion and pain. And so began the infamous Nantucket sleigh ride. The line screamed out from the tub, burning hot from friction. The whaleboat surged forward, dragged at breakneck speed by the fleeing Leviathan. The crew clung to the gunwales, steering with the oars as salt spray lashed their faces. The boat pitched, skidded, and bounced across the waves, a fragile speck tied to a furious giant. Sometimes the whale dove deep, pulling the boat into a vertical descent before surfacing again with a geyser of blood and air. The ride could last minutes or hours. The line might snap. The boat might overturn. The whale's fluke, the massive tail, could sweep across the water and smash the vessel to splinters. And if the boat capsized, the ocean showed no mercy. Men entangled in line drowned. Those thrown free were often pulled under or left bobbing as their comrades rowed back through the wreckage. Assuming the boat survived the chase, the kill was far from over. The harpoon was not meant to slay. It was meant to tether. The real death came from the lance. A long, narrow blade plunged repeatedly into the whale's side in hopes of striking the lungs or heart. The struggle was savage. Blood fountained from the blowhole. The whale thrashed until, at last, it slowed, sank slightly, and floated, dead but majestic, in a widening pool of red. The men sat in silence, panting, soaked, and shaken. Then came the hard part. Towing the dead whale back to the ship was an exhausting ordeal. It might take hours of rowing, or even overnight labor, especially if the sea turned rough. The carcass attracted predators, sharks circling with dull persistence, nipping at the flesh and threatening to destroy the valuable catch. The crew beat at them with oars, cursed the sea, and rowed on. Back at the ship, the whale was secured alongside. The real work, the gruesome, grueling labor of flensing, was only beginning. But in that moment, amid exhaustion and triumph, the crew could afford a flicker of pride. They had taken a whale. It was the culmination of all their suffering, the reason they had left home, the moment they had been promised in the recruiting tales back on land. And yet, even in victory, the costs were high. Every man knew someone who had died during a hunt. A crewmate yanked overboard by a fouled line, a harpooner crushed by a fluke, a boat dashed to pieces in a rogue swell. The sea took quickly and without remorse. And when it did, the work did not stop. The body might be recovered, or it might not. The name might be recorded in the log, or it might be left out, forgotten amid the rush for oil. Despite the danger, the hunt was central to the sailor's identity. In the quiet hours, men carved their harpoons into scrimshaw, sang shanties about the chase, and swapped stories of near-death experiences. Bravery in the hunt conferred status. Harpooners and boat steerers earned admiration, and young green hands dreamed of becoming one of them. The violence of the kill, its intimacy, its rawness, was unlike anything on land. It changed a man. But not all who hunted celebrated. Some grew quieter with each kill. They watched the whale's eyes go still and felt no triumph. A few began to believe that the whales remembered, that they mourned their dead. Superstitions flourished among these men. They carved talismans, muttered prayers, refused to sleep near the tools of the hunt. The sea, they believed, had a long memory, and one day it would settle its accounts. Still, the cry of "there she blows" never lost its power. It broke the monotony. It gave purpose to suffering. It was the sound of a crew springing to life, of dreams reignited, of death pursued across the horizon. The hunt, brutal as it was, became the heartbeat of the voyage, proof that the ship had not drifted into obscurity, that the men still had reason to row, to fight, to endure. In the end, every hunt left something behind, a scar, a story, a silence. And so the chase resumed, again and again, with harpoons sharpened and eyes scanning the sea, not just for whales, but for the meaning buried in the violence of their pursuit. Once a whale was captured and tethered to the side of the ship, the whaleman's work intensified. The dead animal, often more than 50 feet in length and weighing up to 60 tons, was not a trophy, but raw material. Whaling ships functioned as mobile processing factories, designed not only for the hunt, but for the immediate conversion of the catch into commercial products. This phase, known as cutting in and trying out, transformed the vessel into a floating abattoir. The process began with flensing, the stripping of blubber from the whale's body. The crew, working from the deck or suspended over the side in harnesses, used large tools such as spades, boarding knives, and blubber hooks. These instruments, often several feet in length, were wielded to carve thick sheets of fat from the carcass. The blubber was cut into massive slabs known as blanket pieces, which could weigh hundreds of pounds. These were hoisted aboard using block and tackle systems attached to the ship's masts. Once on deck, the blanket pieces were sliced into thinner strips, colloquially known as horse pieces, and fed into the try-works, two large cast-iron cauldrons set into a brick furnace, usually amidships. These pots were used to render whale blubber into oil through sustained boiling. The fire beneath the try-works was fueled primarily by scraps of dried blubber, making the ship partially self-sustaining during processing. Rendering could continue for hours or days, depending on the size of the whale and weather conditions. Temperatures near the try-works were extreme. Flames flared up as oil splashed, and the deck became dangerously slippery. Accidents were common. Crew members could suffer burns from splattering fat or fall into the scalding cauldrons. On some ships, protective gear was limited or non-existent, and burns often became infected. Despite these dangers, the process continued around the clock when weather permitted. Interruptions due to squalls or equipment failure could cause spoilage, resulting in lost profit. The smoke emitted during trying out was thick, black, and acrid. It coated the ship's timbers, the men's clothing, and their skin. The smell was particularly unpleasant, an overpowering blend of scorched meat, salt, and oil. This odor clung to sailors for the duration of the voyage, and often followed them even after returning home. The residue from rendering soaked into the deck and was nearly impossible to remove. As a result, returning whaling ships could be identified not only by sight, but by smell. The entire whale was utilized to maximize value. The spermaceti organ of sperm whales, found in the head, contained a waxy substance highly prized for its clean burning properties and used in candles, cosmetics, and industrial lubricants. This material was scooped out and stored in separate barrels. Whale baleen, found in species like the right whale, was used for items such as corsets, umbrellas, and brushes. Teeth from sperm whales were often carved into scrimshaw or sold as luxury items. A large sperm whale could yield over 100 barrels of oil. Each barrel held approximately 31.5 gallons, and the total value of a whale's products could amount to thousands of dollars, substantial profit in the 19th century. The oil was stored in casks in the ship's hold, stacked carefully to prevent shifting in rough seas. Leakage was a constant concern, and the crew was required to monitor the barrels for signs of rot or seepage. The labor involved in whale processing was exhaustive. Crew members operated in shifts, often without proper rest or nutrition. Physical ailments such as strained backs, blistered hands, and infected wounds were common. Rendering often occurred in tropical heat, where temperatures combined with furnace heat to create unbearable conditions. Sailors frequently stripped to their undergarments to work, increasing the risk of burns. Sanitation during processing was minimal. The deck became slick with oil and blood. Offal and unused portions of the whale were thrown overboard, attracting sharks and seabirds in great numbers. The presence of scavengers made the area surrounding the ship dangerous for any sailor who might fall overboard. In some accounts, sharks were reported to feed directly off the carcass while it was still lashed to the ship's side. There was little ceremony in butchering a whale. It was industrial, methodical, and dehumanizing. While the capture of the animal might have brought a fleeting sense of accomplishment, the task of dismantling it underscored the harsh reality of the industry. The transformation from living leviathan to boiling cauldron occurred within hours. The process emphasized efficiency over sentiment, and any emotional reaction to the animal's death was suppressed in favor of speed and precision. The crew's morale during these operations often declined. The intense labor, unbearable odor, and dangerous conditions took a toll. Songs and jokes ceased. Conversation was reduced to orders and grunts. The ship, once noisy with work and talk, became focused and grim. Men lost weight, their hands blackened with grease. Their sleep, when they found it, was shallow and short. The butchering process repeated itself dozens of times during a single voyage. Some ships returned home with over 2,000 barrels of oil, a testament to both their success and the relentless physical and mental cost. Each whale took a piece of the crew with it: time, energy, and sometimes life. Despite the brutality, the work had to be done. Oil was the reason the ship had sailed in the first place. It fueled lamps in New York and London. It greased machinery in Massachusetts textile mills. It was converted into soap, ointments, and even used in explosives. The Industrial Revolution fed on whale oil, and whaling ships were its maritime engines. Without the try-works and their crew, the entire global supply chain would have faltered. In this way, the whaling ship was not simply a hunting vessel. It was a self-contained factory, a processing plant adrift on the ocean, manned by laborers who endured extreme conditions to meet insatiable demand. The wealth generated by their work rarely reached them. Their pay was determined by the lay system and expenses incurred during the voyage. Tools, clothing, fines were deducted from their earnings. Many returned with barely enough to cover the years they had spent at sea. Thus, the try-works stood as both the literal and symbolic heart of the whaling voyage, hot, loud, and remorseless. They embodied the transformation of nature into profit, of majestic animals into industrial fuel, and of men into the silent cogs that made it all possible. Life aboard a 19th century whaling ship was not only physically demanding, it was medically perilous. The average voyage lasted 3 to 5 years, during which the crew had no access to hospitals, physicians, or sanitary facilities. Illness and injury were not occasional risks, they were constant realities. In the confined and unsanitary quarters below deck, the physical and psychological health of the sailors steadily deteriorated. One of the most common and debilitating illnesses was scurvy, a disease caused by prolonged deficiency of vitamin C. Sailors on long voyages had little to no access to fresh fruits or vegetables. Initial symptoms of scurvy included lethargy, joint pain, and bleeding gums. As it progressed, old wounds reopened, teeth loosened or fell out, and soft tissue broke down. In severe cases, scurvy was fatal. Some whaling vessels attempted to stock preserved citrus or sauerkraut, but these supplies rarely lasted more than a few months. The disease was so prevalent that it became an expected aspect of long-term sea life. Dysentery and gastrointestinal infections were also widespread. Food stores on board, typically salted meat, hardtack, beans, and rancid fats, were not stored in sterile conditions. Barrels often leaked, bred insects, or developed mold. Drinking water, kept in wooden casks, frequently turned foul or algae-ridden. Sailors sometimes drank diluted vinegar or molasses to mask the taste and reduce bacterial load. Nonetheless, diarrhea, vomiting, and severe dehydration were common. With no effective treatment, sailors often spent days or weeks incapacitated, lying in hammocks while continuing to lose strength. Injuries from shipboard labor were also frequent. Working in wet, unstable conditions made slips and falls inevitable. Men climbing masts or manipulating heavy rigging often sustained broken fingers, sprained ankles, or fractured limbs. Rope burns, crush injuries from falling barrels, and deep cuts from tools were daily hazards. The danger was amplified during whale hunts or while processing blubber, when long knives and slick decks increased the likelihood of accidents. A single misstep while flensing a whale could sever tendons or even result in amputation. There were rarely trained doctors aboard whaling ships. Medical responsibility typically fell to the captain, a mate, or an experienced crew member who had picked up rudimentary knowledge from past voyages. Treatment options were limited to basic first aid and a small assortment of medicines, which included alcohol, laudanum, an opium-based painkiller, turpentine, vinegar, and salt. Tools were often unsterilized, and procedures such as tooth extraction, abscess lancing, or amputation were performed with crude implements under unsanitary conditions. Pain relief was rudimentary. Many operations were done without anesthesia. Infections were an almost guaranteed consequence of injury. Minor cuts could turn septic within days. The constant exposure to salt water, lack of soap, and limited access to clean bandages meant that wounds often worsened rather than healed. Gangrene could set in quickly, especially in warm climates. In these cases, death was common. Sailors who became too ill or injured to work were often left to recover or die in their hammocks, relying on the care of shipmates who themselves were exhausted and untrained. The risk of sexually transmitted infections also increased during brief shore leave in foreign ports. Syphilis and gonorrhea were widespread in port towns frequented by sailors. In the absence of reliable treatment, these diseases often progressed unchecked, resulting in chronic pain, disfigurement, or neurological damage. Mercury-based salves, a common treatment for syphilis at the time, were applied with little understanding of dosage and often led to mercury poisoning. In addition to physical illnesses, sailors suffered significantly from mental health deterioration. The isolation, monotony, and harsh conditions took a heavy psychological toll. Sailors endured long periods without communication from home. News of a death in the family, a birth, or a missed holiday arrived months or years late, if at all. Depression was common, though not recognized as a medical condition. Symptoms included withdrawal, silence, insomnia, and erratic behavior. Psychotic episodes were sometimes reported. Sailors suffering from delirium due to fever or malnutrition claimed to see visions or hear voices. In some cases, individuals became paranoid or violent. These episodes were often dismissed as temporary madness or drunkenness, and those affected were isolated, punished, or simply ignored. Without mental health care, many sailors suffered in silence, developing coping mechanisms such as repetitive rituals, superstition, or obsessive journaling. Others turned to alcohol or opium when they had access to it in port. Suicide, though rarely recorded in official logs, did occur. Sailors who jumped overboard were often presumed to have done so intentionally. The act was rarely investigated, as bodies were almost never recovered. Shipboard culture viewed such acts with a mix of fear, shame, and fatalism. The stigma surrounding suicide was so strong that crewmates often refused to speak the names of those lost this way. Some captains wrote simply, "Lost at sea," omitting details that would tarnish the voyage's record or the sailor's reputation. Quarantine procedures were nearly non-existent. If a disease spread among the crew, the ship was powerless to stop it. An outbreak of influenza, dysentery, or food poisoning could incapacitate half the crew in a matter of days. With limited manpower, this meant fewer men on watch, fewer hands to navigate storms, and reduced capacity during whale hunts. Entire voyages were threatened by illness, and yet voyages were rarely cut short. Economic pressures demanded persistence. When ships finally returned to port after years at sea, sailors often disembarked in visibly poor health. Their skin was darkened by sun exposure, teeth were missing, hair was unkempt or falling out, and their bodies bore the marks of scars, burns, and old injuries. Many were gaunt from inadequate nutrition, and some displayed neurological symptoms from untreated diseases. They carried physical evidence of the voyage, though few received medical attention after returning home. Most were left to recover, or continue deteriorating, on their own. Despite these realities, the culture aboard ship was one of endurance. Illness and injury were treated as expected hardships, not exceptions. A sailor who continued to work while sick was admired. Complaining was frowned upon. Weakness, even if involuntary, invited ridicule or exclusion. This created an environment where health problems were underreported and untreated until they became catastrophic. In rare cases, ships carried a surgeon, particularly on longer or better-funded voyages. However, the presence of a medical professional didn't guarantee survival. Instruments were rudimentary, and understanding of infection and disease transmission was minimal. The surgeon's primary tools were bone saws, forceps, needles, and morphine, if available. Their journals, when preserved, reveal a litany of desperate attempts at healing, and the overwhelming frustration of battling illness without proper tools or knowledge. The medical landscape aboard a whaling ship was defined by improvisation, pain, and loss. Disease claimed many who survived the hunt. Wounds earned during labor sometimes proved deadlier than the whale itself, and the mental strain of isolation wore down even the strongest. Yet men continued to sign up for voyages, driven by poverty, pride, or the promise of pay, unaware, or perhaps unconcerned, that they were boarding not only a hunting ship, but a vessel adrift from all meaningful health care. After months or even years at sea, the promise of land held immense psychological and physical appeal for whalemen. Shore leave, often brief and carefully regulated, was seen as a temporary escape from the cramped, monotonous, and punishing conditions aboard ship. Foreign ports such as Honolulu, Lahaina, Paita, Valparaiso, and various Pacific atolls became recurring destinations for American whalers. These stops were essential for resupply, repairs, and the health of the crew, but they also revealed the deep contradictions of the whaling life. The first priority upon docking was logistical. Ships needed fresh water, firewood, new sails, replacement tools, rope, and most importantly, provisions. Local traders and supply agents often met whaling vessels at anchor, exchanging goods for cash or credit drawn from the expected profits of the voyage. This system placed many captains and crews in debt before they had even begun the next leg of their journey. Prices in port were often inflated, particularly when a ship's arrival coincided with several others, or a poor harvest had limited supplies. While resupply operations took place, shore leave was typically granted in staggered shifts. This system was intended to prevent desertion and to maintain enough manpower aboard ship to guard cargo and supplies. Groups of sailors were ferried ashore, where they spread quickly through local establishments, taverns, brothels, markets, and boarding houses. For many whalemen, these interludes were the only chance to reconnect, however briefly, with land. Based pleasures, alcohol, sex, food not soaked in brine, and conversations with strangers. Alcohol consumption was rampant during shore leave. Sailors, paid through the lay system, often had little actual money in hand, but local vendors extended credit freely, sometimes unscrupulously, knowing it would be deducted from future earnings. Grog shops, inns, and makeshift saloons sold watered-down spirits at inflated prices. In many cases, entire advances were spent in a single night. Fights broke out frequently, sometimes over women, money, or long-simmering tensions between shipmates. Knife wounds, black eyes, and arrests were common. The consequences of this behavior extended beyond personal injury. Disease spread rapidly in port cities, where sailors mingled in crowded, unsanitary environments. Whalemen often contracted venereal diseases, including syphilis and gonorrhea, which could render them unfit for duty. Ports with tropical climates also posed risks of malaria, yellow fever, and dysentery, diseases unfamiliar to New Englanders, and for which no effective treatments existed. Some sailors became so ill during shore leave that they were abandoned or left behind, either because they could no longer work or because their recovery time would delay the voyage. Encounters with local populations varied widely. In some ports, particularly in the Hawaiian Islands, long-standing relationships had formed between indigenous communities and visiting whalers. These relationships were complex, shaped by economic dependence, cultural exchange, and at times exploitation. Sailors often formed temporary attachments or even marriages with local women, though these arrangements were rarely honored once the ship departed. Children fathered by whalemen were frequently left behind, contributing to mixed heritage populations in port cities. Tensions occasionally erupted into violence. Cultural misunderstandings, theft, disrespect toward local customs, or disputes over prices could lead to riots, beatings, or arrests. In some cases, entire crews were attacked. Retaliation from captains varied. Some sought diplomatic resolution, others used threats or armed displays to demand obedience. The power dynamic typically favored the whalers, especially when supported by colonial authorities or naval presence. Desertion was a persistent concern. Sailors, disillusioned by shipboard life, saw foreign ports as an opportunity to escape. In places like Tahiti or the Marquesas, the warm climate, fertile land, and perceived simplicity of life tempted men to disappear. Some joined local communities, integrating fully into island society. Others tried to stow away or catch passage on merchant vessels. Captains responded by posting watches, paying informants, or bribing local authorities to capture and return deserters. Those caught faced severe punishment, including beatings, public humiliation, and forfeiture of wages. Even sailors who did not desert were changed by the contrast between ship and shore. The brief exposure to terrestrial life, a real bed, a cooked meal, the sound of birds or music, heightened their awareness of what they lacked at sea. Some returned to the ship angry or depressed. Others sobered up and resumed their duties with resigned stoicism. A few took the opportunity to purchase small luxuries, a shirt, tobacco, a pocket knife, or a keepsake to remind them of land once they returned to sea. Women played a significant role in these port economies. Many ran boarding houses that doubled as informal hospitals, inns and brothels. Some provided food and laundry services, while others engaged in prostitution, either voluntarily or under coercion. These interactions were transactional, but often emotionally charged. Sailors, starved for connection, formed attachments that were rarely reciprocated or sustainable. The emotional consequences of these short-term bonds often manifested as guilt, jealousy, or deep melancholy once the voyage resumed. Despite the chaos, landfall remained essential to the success of whaling voyages. Fresh supplies of water and food helped stave off disease. Repairs to hulls, masts, and rigging prevented catastrophic failure at sea. Replacement crew members could be recruited from among locals, deserters from other ships, or stranded sailors. In many cases, these new hands lacked whaling experience, but were deemed better than sailing short-handed. The ports themselves bore the marks of this transient, chaotic traffic. Towns like Lahaina in Hawaii and Paita in Peru became centers of commerce, vice, and cultural exchange, growing rapidly as whaling traffic increased. Churches, mission schools, and colonial administrators often tried to regulate sailors' behavior, sometimes banning alcohol sales or imposing curfews. These efforts met with limited success. The economic incentive to cater to whalemen was too great, and enforcement too uneven. Upon reboarding, sailors faced the sobering reality of return. The air below deck still reeked of oil. The try-works remained caked in soot. The same bunks awaited, as did the same officers and routines. Whatever joy or illusion of freedom had been found on shore was quickly extinguished. As sails were raised and the anchor lifted, the ship resumed its silent contract: labor for survival, hardship for hope. In the long scope of a voyage, shore leave accounted for a small fraction of time, but it loomed large in memory. For some, it was a highlight, a reminder of what they were fighting to return to. For others, it underscored the futility of escape and deepened their disconnection from land life. Either way, the ocean reclaimed them. The land receded into the distance, and the endless work resumed. While the physical hardships of 19th century whaling were well documented, disease, injury, and violence, the psychological toll endured by whalemen was equally profound. The long voyages, which frequently stretched to 3 or more years, subjected crew members to extended periods of isolation, monotony, and mental deterioration. These voyages did not merely test a man's body, they eroded his mind. Whaling ships operated in near total isolation. Unlike naval vessels, which occasionally traveled in fleets, whalers often spent months without sighting another ship. There were no radios, no telegraphs, and no regular communication with the outside world. The horizon offered no variation. The only visible change was in the weather or the occasional appearance of a bird, a school of flying fish, or the breach of a whale. The mental landscape aboard became as empty and repetitive as the sea itself. This prolonged isolation had numerous consequences. Sailors often lost their sense of time. The division of the day into 4-hour watches disrupted circadian rhythms and blurred distinctions between days and weeks. With no weekends or holidays, life became an unbroken stream of labor. The lack of variety in food, conversation, and scenery led to cognitive fatigue. Sailors reported symptoms consistent with modern understandings of anxiety and depression, persistent sadness, irritability, loss of interest in daily tasks, and a profound sense of meaninglessness. Sleep disorders were prevalent. Hammocks swung constantly. The ship's motion, the noise of creaking wood and crashing waves, and the shouting of officers on night watch made restful sleep rare. Some sailors resorted to sleeping on deck in cold or rain to escape the crowded, fetid forecastle. Chronic sleep deprivation contributed to hallucinations and emotional instability. Delirium, particularly in those with fever or nutritional deficiencies, was frequently recorded in personal journals and ship logs, though often misattributed to fevers or melancholy. The lack of intellectual stimulation deepened the psychological strain. Books were rare aboard ship. Those that circulated, Bibles, almanacs, or nautical manuals, were read repeatedly until their pages disintegrated. A few literate sailors kept journals, but most passed time through repetitive tasks, mending sails, whittling, scrimshaw carving, or singing shanties. These routines helped preserve sanity, but offered little relief from the underlying boredom and anxiety. Some developed elaborate rituals or superstitions, believing certain songs, knots, or carvings could bring luck or protect them from harm. Social dynamics aboard ship further strained mental health. The confined environment allowed little privacy. Conflicts, once sparked, had no outlet. Grudges could simmer for months. Sailors fought over space, food portions, personal items, or perceived slights. Minor disagreements sometimes escalated into physical violence, and without a structured legal system, justice was often arbitrary. A man punished for fighting might harbor resentment not only toward his opponent, but also toward the officers who imposed discipline. This environment bred mistrust and emotional withdrawal. For some, the psychological toll manifested in full mental breakdowns. Sailors exhibited symptoms of psychosis, paranoia, auditory hallucinations, or delusions. These episodes were commonly attributed to demonic possession, fever, or drunkenness, depending on the captain's worldview. Treatment was limited to confinement, often in the ship's dark hold, or physical punishment intended to knock sense into the afflicted. There was no medical framework for diagnosing or understanding mental illness. Suffering was interpreted as weakness, madness, or divine judgment. Suicidal behavior, while rarely recorded in official logs, was not uncommon. Whalemen sometimes jumped overboard, whether during a psychotic episode or in a moment of despair. Sailors also disappeared during storms or night watches, with the cause left ambiguous in logs. Captains avoided recording suicides, fearing the stigma and impact on the ship's reputation. Among surviving sailors, these deaths were discussed in hushed tones, reinforcing the taboo. Homesickness added another layer of psychological strain. Letters from family, if received at all, were months or years outdated. News of births, deaths, or marriages arrived long after the fact, if ever. Some sailors carried daguerreotypes or small keepsakes, locks of hair, wedding rings, or religious medals, but these talismans often lost their emotional power as time passed. Sailors described forgetting the sound of a loved one's voice or the feel of solid ground. For many, home became an abstraction, a fading memory rather than a real destination. Some men attempted to cope through religious devotion. Prayer meetings, hymn singing, and Bible readings provided comfort for the devout. Missionary efforts in port cities like Lahaina sought to reinforce this, encouraging temperance and moral behavior among sailors. Other whalemen reacted in the opposite direction, embracing profanity, gambling, and sexual indulgence as a form of rebellion against the oppressive environment. These opposing coping strategies sometimes clashed, creating moral tension and social divisions within the crew. Substance use, particularly alcohol and opiates, was a common but dangerous escape. Though most ships carried limited alcohol stores, sailors often smuggled liquor aboard or consumed it heavily during shore leave. Opium, laudanum, and other narcotics were occasionally administered for pain or sleep, but their recreational use increased during particularly grueling voyages. Addicted sailors were erratic and difficult to manage. Some became violent, others withdrew entirely. Few received support or understanding from officers or peers. Those who survived the voyage rarely escaped the mental impact unscathed. When whalemen returned to port after years at sea, they often found it difficult to reintegrate. Many had lost family connections, missed important life events, or developed behavioral issues that made land-based work difficult. Some became drifters. Others signed onto another ship within weeks, unable to function in the structured society of land. Their journals, if kept, contained evidence of trauma, references to nightmares, emotional numbness, guilt, or obsessive recollection of violent events. Modern psychological theory offers terms: post-traumatic stress disorder, chronic depression, institutionalization syndrome, to describe the experiences of these men. At the time, such conditions had no name. They were simply odd, moody, or broken. Their stories were told through folklore, ghost ships, cursed voyages, mad captains. These myths were not inventions. They were emotional artifacts, attempts to process the unspoken costs of whaling life. Mental collapse did not always come from trauma alone. It was the slow erosion of identity through repetition, deprivation, and enforced conformity. A man who once wrote poetry might, after years of tarring ropes and boiling blubber, forget how to write altogether. A father might forget his child's face. A lover might forget what it meant to be touched with tenderness. The ship demanded obedience, and the sea offered no reprieve. Men adapted or fractured. Psychological strain was not a side effect of whaling. It was an integral part of the system, a predictable outcome of placing human beings into environments of extreme isolation, danger, and monotony without relief. The price of whale oil included not only physical suffering, but also the slow disintegration of the human psyche. For most whalemen, the end of a voyage was not marked by celebration, but by disorientation and anticlimax. After years at sea, some voyages lasting up to 5 years, the return to land was a complex and often jarring experience. The idea of home, once a constant daydream, often failed to meet expectation upon actual return. Life on land had moved on, and the returning sailor found himself both changed and out of place. The return began at sea, when the ship altered course and headed back to its home port, usually New Bedford, Nantucket, or another East Coast whaling hub. As the coastline came into view, sailors gathered on deck, straining to identify familiar landmarks. For many, this moment was emotional. After enduring storms, hunts, deaths, and isolation, the sight of land seemed redemptive. Yet that feeling was frequently short-lived. Physically, sailors arrived home in poor condition. They were typically malnourished, sunburned, underweight, and suffering from untreated infections or diseases. Many had lost teeth to scurvy or sustained permanent injuries during the voyage. Some limped off the ship with makeshift crutches. Others could barely stand after months of sleeping in cramped quarters. Their clothing was ragged, oil-stained, and often infested with lice. Despite these conditions, there were no organized medical examinations or recovery protocols. Economically, the system offered little reward for years of sacrifice. Whalemen were paid not in wages, but in leys, fractions of the voyage's profit determined by their rank and negotiated before departure. The captain received the largest share, followed by the mates, harpooners, boat steerers, and finally the ordinary seamen and green hands. After the oil and byproducts were sold, deductions were applied. The cost of outfitting, advances taken before departure, fines for misconduct, and charges for tools or clothing. Some sailors received only a few dollars for several years of labor. Others received nothing, their entire lay consumed by expenses. Disputes over pay were common. Captains kept the official logbooks, which recorded barrels of oil collected, cargo sold, and punishments issued. If a sailor had been penalized at any point, it was likely recorded in a way that reduced his lay. Sailors who attempted to protest were often dismissed or blacklisted. With no legal protections or unions, individual whalemen had little recourse. Many accepted their meager pay in silence and moved on. Some, penniless, never made it home from the dock. For those who did return to family, reintegration was difficult. Children had grown. Wives or sweethearts had sometimes remarried, believing the sailor lost. Parents had died, homes had been sold, and the towns they left behind had changed. Sailors, accustomed to the harsh discipline of ship life, found it difficult to adapt to the slower, more civil rhythms of land. Their speech, mannerisms, and behaviors were often coarse or abrupt. Their physical presence, scarred, weather-beaten, and perpetually smelling of oil, marked them as outsiders. Employment opportunities on land were limited. Whalemen possessed specialized maritime skills: navigation, sail handling, whale boat maneuvering, scrimshaw carving. These had little value in factories or shops. Many lacked literacy or formal education, further restricting their prospects. Some sought work on docks or in shipyards, but competition was stiff and wages low. Others, unable to adjust to land life, returned to the sea out of necessity. The cycle repeated. Another voyage, another stretch of years, another distant homecoming. Psychologically, many returning whalemen showed signs of trauma. Nightmares were common. Some avoided crowds, startled easily, or suffered emotional outbursts. These symptoms were not recognized as mental illness, but were instead attributed to hard living or temperament. Sailors often turned to alcohol to cope. Taverns near the docks did brisk business in rum, whiskey, and beer, with many men spending their final earnings within days of arrival. Some ended up in poorhouses, jails, or hospitals within weeks. The cultural image of the whaleman was deeply contradictory. On one hand, he was romanticized in literature and folk songs as a rugged adventurer, a man who had faced the fury of the sea and lived to tell the tale. On the other hand, he was feared and pitied. Townsfolk viewed returning sailors as dangerous or unstable. Few wanted them as tenants or employees. Even in their own families, whalemen were sometimes met with apprehension. Their stories, while harrowing, often alienated them. They had lived in a world of blood, toil, and silence. They returned to a world of parlors and pleasantries. Some whalemen attempted to preserve their experiences through scrimshaw, journals, or storytelling. Whaling journals, when kept, reveal a deep ambivalence about return. They describe joy at seeing land again, tempered by sadness at what had been lost. They speak of the pride in having endured, but also the emptiness of finding that no one truly understood what had been endured. The financial instability caused by low or non-existent earnings created additional barriers. Without savings or property, many whalemen were seen as unreliable prospects for marriage or employment. Banks would not lend to them. Employers preferred younger, unscarred workers. In a society that measured worth by land, family, and reputation, the sailors' years at sea were often viewed as lost time. Nonetheless, the whaling industry continued to recruit. In New Bedford and other ports, advertisements sought new green hands for the next voyage. Boarding houses offered food and lodging in exchange for a portion of a man's future lay. Captains recruited aggressively, emphasizing the potential for wealth, adventure, or a fresh start. Few mentioned the emotional scars, the debts, or the unmarked graves at sea. This cycle of departure and disillusionment defined the 19th century American whaling experience. Each return was not an end, but a pivot point. Some sailors left the sea forever. Others signed on again within days. For many, the only place they felt at home was aboard ship, despite the misery it entailed. Their lives on land were marked by dislocation, poverty, and the struggle to be seen not as relics of a brutal trade, but as human beings. The societal legacy of these men is muted. Their names appear briefly in logbooks, census records, or gravestones. Their contributions fueled the lighting of cities, the operation of factories, and the growth of maritime commerce. But their rewards were scant, and their stories often forgotten. Homecoming, for the 19th century whaleman, was not a conclusion. It was a reckoning, with the self, with a changed world, and with the price of survival. The 19th century whaling industry, once a pillar of American maritime power and economic ambition, left behind a legacy as vast and complex as the oceans it once scoured. Though the era of whale oil dominance faded by the early 20th century, the long-term consequences of industrial whaling extended far beyond its financial ledgers. It reshaped economies, altered ecosystems, influenced cultural narratives, and imprinted itself on the lives and psyches of those who participated in its enterprise. Economically, whaling played a crucial role in America's global expansion. Ports like New Bedford, Massachusetts, grew into prosperous urban centers thanks to whale oil profits. During its peak in the mid-1800s, New Bedford was reputed to be the richest city per capita in the United States. Whale oil lit the lamps of London, lubricated machinery during the Industrial Revolution, and served as a critical resource in the manufacture of soap, candles, varnish, and even explosives. Spermaceti, the high-quality oil from the head of the sperm whale, was particularly valued for its clean burn and low odor, making it ideal for street lamps and fine candles. The industry also stimulated shipbuilding, rope-making, barrel cooperage, and global trade networks. Ships circled the globe, anchoring in dozens of ports across the Atlantic, Pacific, Indian Ocean, and Arctic. Whaling extended America's geopolitical reach into Hawaii, the Azores, South America, and Japan, paving the way for commercial treaties, religious missions, and cultural exchange. Whalers served as informal diplomats, traders, and sometimes aggressors, leaving a mixed legacy in the colonial and indigenous histories of many nations. Yet the wealth generated by whaling was not equitably shared. The shipowners and merchants who financed voyages accumulated enormous fortunes. Their names adorned banks, museums, and civic institutions. Captains sometimes earned enough to retire in comfort, but the crews, those who endured the back-breaking labor and mortal risk, were rarely rewarded beyond basic survival. The ley system, which promised a share of profits, too often left common sailors penniless. Their contributions were essential, but their recognition was minimal. Ecologically, the consequences were catastrophic. Industrial-scale whaling decimated global whale populations. Species such as the North Atlantic right whale, bowhead whale, and sperm whale suffered dramatic population declines. Some were pushed to the brink of extinction. The sperm whale, once common in temperate and tropical waters, was hunted relentlessly for its head oil and valuable teeth. By the late 1800s, sightings had become rare in many former hunting grounds. The blue whale, the largest animal to have ever lived, became a primary target in the 20th century and experienced similar devastation. Whales, as keystone species, play an integral role in ocean ecosystems. Their decline disrupted marine food chains, altered migratory patterns of other species, and reduced the biological productivity of entire ocean regions. Modern scientists have since discovered the ecological importance of whale fecal plumes in fertilizing phytoplankton, microscopic organisms that generate a significant portion of Earth's oxygen. Thus, the mass reduction of whale populations had cascading consequences far beyond the immediate loss of the animals themselves. Despite the slaughter, whales were often romanticized in the culture of the time. Sailors carved scrimshaw from whale teeth and bones, producing intricate depictions of ships, hunts, women, and religious symbols. These artifacts, while testaments to artistic expression under duress, also reflect a normalization of industrial violence. The journals and letters of whalemen documented the brutality of their work alongside observations of nature's majesty. The same man who harpooned a whale might, hours later, write a reflection on the beauty of a sunset or the loneliness of the sea. The cultural impact of whaling extended into literature. Herman Melville's 1851 novel, Moby Dick, remains the most famous literary artifact of the American whaling era. Based on Melville's own experience aboard the whaling ship Acushnet, the novel explores themes of obsession, industry, nature, and madness. While initially a commercial failure, Moby Dick was later recognized as a masterwork of American literature. Its portrayal of the whale as both beast and symbol, and the whaler as both hero and destroyer, captured the contradictory nature of the industry itself. Other authors, including Richard Henry Dana and Charles Nordhoff, contributed memoirs and accounts that preserved first-hand perspectives. These writings, now housed in archives and libraries, provide historians with crucial evidence of shipboard life and maritime culture. However, they represent only a fraction of the whalemen's voices. Most sailors were illiterate or left no written record. Their stories were passed down orally, through sea shanties, tavern tales, and family lore, and are harder to trace. Today, the legacy of whaling is preserved in museums, maritime parks, and historic whaling ships like the Charles W. Morgan, a restored 1841 vessel docked in Mystic Seaport, Connecticut. Visitors can view try-works, harpoons, scrimshaw, logbooks, and other relics, often presented through a lens of endurance and innovation. Yet these displays sometimes sanitize the cruelty of the trade. The blood, the stench, the psychological torment, elements that defined the experience, are harder to convey in glass cases and family-friendly exhibits. In recent decades, whale conservation has emerged as a global priority. The International Whaling Commission, established in 1946, enacted a global moratorium on commercial whaling in 1986. Several nations continue whaling under cultural or scientific exemptions, but the scale is vastly reduced compared to the 19th century. Once hunted species are slowly recovering, though many remain endangered. Whale-watching tourism has become a thriving industry in places like Iceland, Australia, and New England, transforming former hunting grounds into sanctuaries. Some descendants of whalemen have reclaimed their ancestors' legacy, exploring it through family research, art, and scholarship. In coastal communities once built on blubber and bone, a new generation asks difficult questions. What was the true cost of the whale oil boom? What moral framework allowed the commodification of intelligent, social, and sentient animals? And what stories were never told, especially those of indigenous whalers, Black and Native American crew members, and the women and families left behind? The psychological impact on whalemen, largely ignored in their time, is now receiving scholarly attention. Historians and mental health researchers explore the trauma carried by those who participated in long voyages marked by violence and isolation. Terms such as maritime PTSD and historic trauma are being used to describe the emotional residue left behind by such labor-intensive and morally fraught work. The modern ocean still bears traces of this history. Harpoons have been found embedded in the bones of living whales, artifacts from ships long sunk or scrapped. Ocean floor surveys reveal shipwrecks, barrels, and try-pots abandoned on remote coasts. Some whale populations, such as the North Atlantic right whale, may never fully recover. Yet the cultural memory of whaling persists. Songs, superstitions, and nautical terminology remain embedded in maritime language. Concepts like skeleton crew, crow's nest, and pipe down originated aboard ships like those of the whaling fleet. In this way, the voices of whalemen echo subtly in modern speech, even as the industry itself has been consigned to the past. The legacy of 19th century whaling is neither purely triumphant nor entirely tragic. It is a testament to human resilience and ingenuity, but also to unchecked exploitation and the limits of ambition. It is a story of men who journeyed to the ends of the earth in pursuit of light, only to return haunted by darkness. And it is a reminder that history is not merely a list of innovations and achievements, but a ledger of costs, measured not only in barrels of oil, but in lives altered, ecosystems disrupted, and lessons still unfolding.